1949, 1950 Packard Bell 12-inch black and white console TV for Resurrection. This will be our second TV for Resurrection for the second presidential debates, which are in a couple weeks. And I put this to a poll. I put 3 TVs to a poll. I did RCA, a Zenith, and this guy here, Packard Bell. And I stopped at 592 comments. And I had to read through all the comments. And this was the Packard Bell. This was the CTC-16. And this was the Zenith. The next video, next debate or whatever, we'll do the CTC-16. I got to get that finished anyway because that is a set that belongs to somebody and they'd probably like it back at some time. Anyway, this is a pretty interesting set, 1949, 1950. From what I've seen on the schematic, this is a very different circuit design. It uses, I think, a 6BG6 for the horizontal output, which is a lot like a 6L6. This is the whole yoke circuit and everything here is very different. So the goal of this video is to do the absolute minimum to get this to work, to watch the presidential debates on. A couple little clips just to have some fun. Today is Saturday, August 31st at 8:23 in the morning. So we're going to go through the steps of getting it to work. Hopefully we can get it to work. I believe I tested this CRT in a previous video and it's really, really weak. So this is going to be kind of a hope we can get this thing to work, the chassis to work at peak performance, and then watch this thing in a dark room, which I don't know how I'm going to do that because this chassis is covered with rodent stuff and I'm not really interested in taking this in the house. I don't mind working with it. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't gross me out or freak me out, but I don't want to voluntarily take it in the house. You can see the capacitors are chewed up. Also, the speaker is missing, so we'll have to do something with that. Before I pull the chassis out of that thing, I want to do a quick box opening here. This is from Carlos. He's starting a business called Parts Candy. He had a YouTube channel where he fixed CB radios. I used to watch his stuff and help him out with schematics and stuff for CB radios. He was out of Mexico, but he moved to Chicago. I don't know why anyone would do that. Anyway, these are supposed to be... He's trying to start a business making quality clip leads and test probes. So let's see. I love to support small stuff like this. So, oh boy. A handwritten letter. Wow. Let me pause this and take a peek at what he says here and summarize. Okay, so he says these are sort of a middle ground, if I'm reading this right, a middle ground between Pomona and those crappy Chinese clip leads that you buy, that half of them are always open. So he's selling these on partscandy.com. Violent here, it looks like. Yeah, watch me tear it apart and not get it back together. He says they're selling pretty well on the Antique Radio forum. And they're all soldered. Those are Mueller clips. So yeah, these are going to be, this is going to be very handy. So we got those, we got the micro grabbers, which I like a lot. Model PC 145. You know what? Let's see what we got here. Okay, these are the, I use this a lot, this setup a lot. And the real test is we're going to use them, we're just going to keep using them. And you'll see them in every video, and wow, more of these. These are good. Model PC 182. Oh yeah, those are nice. Wow, they even got like the little shrink wrap here, so the little condom thing doesn't back up off of it. That's kind of cool. Model PC 130. Guess these are a shorter version. I like these. And then we got a set of test leads for the meter here. And I like those. I like that. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, these look nice. Go buy them. Support Parts Candy. Yeah, that name kind of sounds Chinesey to me. I don't know. I would have come up with something, a different name. But so this is awesome. This is going to be actually really helpful at you know, these repairs. So anyway, thank you for sending these in, Carlos. They look nice. Partscandy.com. Support local small business. Absolutely. There's our mystery plant. That's how it's been doing. All right, let's get the chassis out of the Packard Bell and get going here. This set came out of a barn, literally. This is absolutely 100% a barn find set. And it had a rats were living in it. They literally chewed like everything. Here's the chassis. Little fecalizers. Man, what's up with that In Too Deep Back to the Hotel song? I'm hearing that everywhere now, all of a sudden. I'm hearing it come out of a car like half a mile away right now. In Too Deep Back to the Hotel. I just, all of a sudden that song is like blowing up. Anyway, take a look in here. This flyback is very different. Usually I can substitute flybacks. I doubt it in this case. This, like I mentioned, this horizontal output tube is more like a 6L6 than a short, sharp cut-off pulse tube. So this is a different... I don't expect that 1B3 to be good. Six BG6, yeah, that's like a 6L6. Good thing is it doesn't look like the rat chewed anything up. Hey, that's what the metal cage is for around the flyback, to keep the rats from chewing it up and not leaving a mess like that. We do have a doorknob capacitor in there. What an interesting place for it. It's part of... It's screwed directly to the tube base. Now this uses a lot of electrolytic capacitors, to a lot. Wow, did the rats get to the wiring underneath? Damn, they were even chewing on the wax capacitors. Wow, look at that. I was gonna say we should power this up and just see what it, kind of bring it up slow on a light bulb and a variac and see what it does, but when you see stuff like this, oh, that's good. Oh crap. What is that, the vertical out? Yeah, this looks like the vertical output transformer. I mean, we're just trying to resurrect it and make it play again. We're not trying to make a high definition linear picture. I'll just substitute that with a filament transformer if I have to. You can just substitute this with a 110 to 6.3, or better would be a 220 to 6.3. But yeah, this thing is, these rats tasted everything in this set. You know, I wonder if they chewed any of these coils, on any of these coils, these peaking coils. That would be a deal breaker. These things are harder to find and substitute than the transformers. Geez, the wax capacitors are the least of this thing's worries. Okay, well, we need to find out. I guess maybe that went there. Is that the other side of that? Does that go in? The same color. It's gonna be a long video. Get your popcorn. Get like a double dose. That looks like the same color. One of the problems is urine is corrosive, and it causes all of this stuff to oxidize, and the solder doesn't want to stick to it. Well, I guess one good thing is it looks all original. It doesn't, I don't see any bodge job repairs or anything here. It looks virgin. Except a bunch of horrible capacitors. Yeah, I just twisted that back together. And this, I might just leave that, sort of tighten this up and bundle it up and move it away from the chassis. As long as that doesn't touch anything, it should be okay. Wonder what the condition of these resistors. Yeah, this is concerning right here. So this is vertical output. This is the power transformer. This is vertical output. That's the choke, the reactor choke. And is this audio output? Since we're on the topic of candy, anybody want some hard candy? Petrified. I want to double check the CRT in this just to make sure that, you know, we're not dealing with something totally dead. We can always do the resurrection and use the test tube. I actually believe I got a brand new 12LP4 around here somewhere. I just have to find it. This also has built-in mica wafer capacitors in the sound IF cans, which could be a problem. In fact, looking at that one, you can see that it's not even, that is not a good look right there. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, that oh man, this might be the toughest one yet if a bunch of coils and stuff are bad. Professionalism. You got no shorts. Cut off. You got no cut off. We got virtually no emissions. Like nothing. Let me bring this filament voltage up a little bit. Like, let's simulate if we were to put a brightener on it. Okay. Still really bad. Let me let it sit for a minute. I'm going to see if I could find my new old stock 12LP4. This thing has been sitting for 5 minutes, and this thing is just really bad. It is really dead. Here, I don't know if this is new old stock, but it certainly looks better than this. Let me just pop the tester on here and let's see what we get. What a difference. Wow. We actually have cutoff on this one too. It's not great. This is probably a rebuild. It says Pioneer Electronics, Santa Monica, California. This mark right here is when I've tested new CRTs. They're clear up here, but we are on about 6.3 volts. So, and this thing's waking up, man. This thing's ready to go. Oh, there's a video I got to show. Let's see if I can find it. Where somebody ripped off the Skyrizi ad. You know, Skyrizi, that medication. Let me see if I can find it. We'll let this bake for a minute. Just put it there. Put it on setup. If you follow this channel, you've seen me pick on this overly advertised medication called Skyrizi, and they're kind of the punchline of their jingle is nothing is everything. Well, somebody did this, and I don't want to show too much of it.
I was so tired of gas and groceries being so cheap. I wanted to pay more for my food. That's when I discovered Dipshizzy. After electing Dipshizzy, my food and energy prices skyrocketed, and I couldn't be happier. Along with significantly higher food and energy prices, dipshizzy helps me contribute more to foreign wars. Side effects may include extreme inflation, reduced purchasing power, and an overwhelming sense of wanting to hang tampon dispensers above urinals.
We will, because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days.
Okay, let's see where we ended up here. This thing is super, super strong. Super strong. We could even go down on the voltage a little bit. Let's see. Very happy sunshine smiley face CRT. Very unhappy. Cloudy day. No happy. Cancer CRT. Yeah, I don't know. This is really tired. I want to start by testing this. This is a vertical blocking transformer, vertical output, and the audio output. And I'm going to do this a little bit unconventionally because I'm going to test it in circuit. So right there is the vertical output transformer. The way I'm going to test it is I'm going to clip line voltage directly, mains voltage directly across the primary here and connect a light bulb to the secondary and see, because I can measure the resistance on this side, but I can't really measure the resistance on this side because of the yoke. And look at this funky network that this thing has for the yoke. And with all these electrolytic capacitors in it, this thing is a real trip. 1,000 microfarad 6-volt capacitor connected to the yoke. 250 microfarad 10-volt capacitor connected to the yoke. This is, and look at the flyback circuit here. Look at this. That is completely, that's like an auto transformer primary. Yeah, this is a trip. So I'm going to check this first. Okay, suicide cord is connected to the primary. We have 1.6 watts of draw. We need to check and see if there's anything on the secondary. Okay, well, I have this with our new clip leads connected to the secondary, and it appears that this transformer is working. I am using a 25 watt bulb as a current limiting safety here. Same thing with the audio output. I'm very, very dim. Very dim. The reason why this is a good test is because if we had shorted windings or a shorted load, we would get this light bulb would light up and we wouldn't get anything on the secondary. If we had an open winding, we wouldn't get anything on the secondary. So this is just a little bit easier than trying measuring them with an ohm meter and having to disconnect everything off of them to be sure. All right, we got to do the vertical blocking. This one's been chewed on also. Not too bad, it doesn't look like, but I still want to check it. I don't want to put line voltage on this. Okay, the secondary winding of this one here that's connected to the plate, measuring 228 ohms. The primary is measuring 1.3K, and I'm blocked. I'm blocked by the tube on one side, and I'm blocked by that capacitor on the other side, so I don't have any other paths of DC resistance. So I'm not concerned about it. I think we're okay. I'm checking the reactance choke, and I'm just going right across it, and you can see there that it is good. I wonder if this was factory. I things that would pass 70 years ago for okay. Like the petrified spider. Multi-spiders blowing in the breeze. Well, that thing was there from the factory. That's pretty cool. I like that. Just stick it on there somewhere. What are these for? I don't usually see these in TVs like this. These are all in this ridiculously overcomplicated horizontal circuit. The next step, let's check a bunch of these coils. 5.8 ohms, 6.2 ohms. This one, 2.4 megs. That's no bueno. They should be under 10 ohms. 10 to 12 ohms maximum. That one's no good. Crap. The white one, 9.5 ohms. The blue one, 7.4 ohms. Here's another black one, and it is 3.6 ohms. Here's another blue one, and it is 7 ohms. And I believe I can see there where the wire is broken on that one. If you look real close right here, the wire looks like the rat chewed it away. Is that it right there? Yeah, there it is. Ooh, I might be able to get lucky here. Let me get strong. Yeah, I think I can fix that. Sorry it's so shaky. Yeah, I think I can fix that if I'm gentle enough. Problem is with this is the damn urine and the corrosion. You gotta clean all of these leads. You gotta sand them all off. Or else the solder just will not stick. And I mean, we're not going for a 100-year repair here. We just want the thing to kind of work for a minute anyhow. But I'll clean this up. We'll get that lead soldered back on there, and hopefully that fixes it. You know, these peaking coils can be a pain in the ass. I've run into these open in color sets, and they'll send you on a real hunt looking for them being open, because a lot of the times they're in the AC part of the video circuit and you don't get DC measurements. It's better, I've learned, just check all these peaking coils. Well, I got that wire soldered back on there and no dice. So the other side must be broken too. I see the problem there. I don't know if I can zoom in on it enough, but it's all rusted and corroded. Can you see that? See where the wire goes in right there? It's all rusted and corroded. Crap. Urine is corrosive. There's no hope here. I tried to pick it and the wire just disintegrated. It's just all corroded. So this is it right here, black. It's 36 microhenries. I'm sure I have a 36 microhenry, but it's a peaking coil. Peaking coils are different. The way they're wound, it's not just a coil, and I don't think if I bypass it, where did it go? If I bypass it, let me see, there was another black here, 36 microhenry. So what's interesting, it appears to be wrapped around a resistor, but with it open, the resistor doesn't measure anything, so maybe that's nothing. Just a coil. Piece of shag carpet. More chewed up capacitors. Okay, well, we know we got an open coil here. that's in the video. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I think the next thing to do is get high voltage. Maybe what I want to do is lubricate all these pots. Like this one has no opening to be lubricated and it's totally frozen. All of these are totally frozen. Should I just take the impact and stick it in there and break them loose? It's go time. Ooh. Ooh. Squeaky doobler squeezy squeeze. It's got something melted to it right there. I wonder if this is any good. Alright, let's set that out of the way. We're going to install a solid state replacement for now. And the reason for this is that we can bring up the capacitors slowly without getting to the point where we need to heat the filaments in that. Okay, let's get, I'm not going to try and break this tube, but I want to get the plate off. I guess I could pull that fuse out. That would be essentially the same thing. Look at this, still has a UL sticker on it. Is that cool or what? I should pull that out of there and save that, because it'll probably end up getting smoked. I might do that. I might keep that. That's like a... That is very cool. That is a piece of history right there. I'll save that. And let's see. Unbypass that. Take the suicide cord, hook it here. Guess I could get a cheater cord. That would be too easy, wouldn't it? Well, at least the power transformer is not open on the primary. That's only a 25 watt bulb. I want to start going up incrementally while measuring the B+. See the capacitors reforming? This is why you don't just slam it and power it up all of a sudden. Why you bring it up a little bit slow. Maybe I'll go up to a 60 watt bulb. I was going to go straight to 150, but I think that's too much. Look at the running graph here of the capacitors reforming. See that? This has been sitting for at least 40 years, maybe 50. See, this is like 1949. So this thing is, I'm gonna have to do some math here, and I'm gonna just totally fail at that. But 75 years old, is that right? Think about that. Yeah, it's close to it. So this thing has been sitting at least 40 to 50 years, guaranteed. You just take something like this and plug it in, you're gonna have smoke. I'm going to give it some time. I'm in no rush. I'll go do something else. Well, I'm still on the 25 watt bulb and these things are still reforming. And look at the graph, the plot of them reforming. I don't think the line voltage is moving around that much, and I don't think there's enough voltage for the tubes to conduct. That's got to be capacitors reforming. Well, just when you think it's stabilized, it's been sitting on a 25 watt bulb for an hour. I'm gonna, oh, you can see there's some capacitors there. They're holding the charge. I'm gonna go up to a 60 watt bulb here. You can see our dip there. You can see the capacitor discharge. It wasn't just an instant drop, it was a pretty sharp drop, then a slope. So we're reforming now up to a 60 watt bulb, and I'm gonna continue doing what I need to do, but I'll be back. Nice slope there of reforming. These capacitors are really reforming slow in this thing. The battery's almost dead in this thing, so I got to charge it, but you can continue to see the graph. Of course, they reform kind of fast, and then they kind of slow down and creep up. So what I'm going to do is put this on the charger, and I'm going to go from the 60 watt bulb up to 150 here, and this I'm going to take several hours to do this. So let's see what the time is right now. The time is 11:20, so I started at what, 8 something. So I'm going to give this probably half a day to reform these. I'm going to go from a 68 to a 150, and then I might go to a 200. We'll see. I believe this is a Nixie tube voltmeter, and while this thing is still reforming, I'd like to open this up and look at it. I got this in an estate sale. Let's open it and look at it and maybe spray the controls and then use it. Wow. I was wondering if this thing was made in Japan or United States, and I open it. It's just like, wow. Unreliable carbon resistors in a voltmeter. Wow, epic. Well, they're definitely Nixie tubes. Wow, this thing looks homemade. They're definitely Nixie tubes, but I don't know how to get this thing apart. I mean, it doesn't want to slip past those. Well, this is something I never should have tried to take apart because I'm having a hard-ass time trying to get it back together, but it's working. And I guess we're doing the 60 hertz thing because it's blanking. God. But there it is, 160 volts. Look at that little tube right there. It's just a neon tube that's a line for a 1. And check this out. If you put it on 2000 volts, it says 163. If you put it on 200 volts, it says 159. Accuracy. Look at that wonky ass. Isn't that cool? That's so much better than your modern Chinesey perfect display. Okay, let's go up to a 150 watt here. Isn't that cool? Okay, here we go. Come on, cut it out. Oh, it's saying hell no. But, of course, it won't. It's saying, look at this, it's saying you're overloading me. Here we go, 223. Now we're cooking. We'll let it cook here for another hour. It's going down because the tubes are starting to conduct now. I'm getting up to the point where the tubes are starting to conduct. I'm starting to heat the filaments. Okay, we'll let it sit. Now it's creeping back up again as the capacitors reform. So we're on this teeter-totter thing. This capacitor right here, the big one, is definitely getting warm. If I was to just brute force this thing, that thing would have vented and just blown up. These two over here are cold. I'll take the thermal camera and we'll take a look at this. Well, that power resistor is getting hot. And what's weird is this does not show that capacitor is hot. But it is. It's warm to the touch. One tuner tube is definitely hotter than the other. Looks like most of our tube filaments are working. There's two resistors there. The one on the left is hot, that one. The one on the right there is cold. Horizontal output tube doesn't look like it's heating up, does it? It's warm. The 6AL5 right there does not look like it's heating up. That's this tube right here. That one is cold. So we got a dead 6AL5, which it looks like the getter's gone on that tube, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, this tube is not hot. This tube is cold. I didn't catch that. This one is... Look at my fingerprint. Look at my hot fingerprint. So we got a dead tube here, and we got a dead tube here. Okay, we're now up to 235 volts there. And we had two tubes that were not getting hot, as you saw in the thermal thermothip, which was that one right there, that 6AL5, and this is the audio output, probably a 6V6 or 6H6 or something like that. 6F6. And this resistor is not getting hot. This is R103 and R100. I'm sorry, R103 and 102. Where is 100? It's pointing down there. There's nothing down there. Really? Okay. I think R103 might be the problem because we have 0 volts right there. 0 volts. If I go up one leg here, we got 139. Not that you can see that. You blanking out. See, 139. And if we go up one more here, we have 213. So that from here comes across and links to here. We have 0. So I'm wondering if that section right there is open. No, that looks correct. If it goes to ground, that bottom pin would be ground. This wonky ass power supply. How many damn 40 microfarad capacitors do you need? I tell you, this thing has like, usually one of these TVs has maybe, I don't know, 8 capacitors, 6 to 8. This thing has about 16. So 102 would be this one. So the voltage there would be dependent on where the focus control is set, I think. Comes off the center tap. The kind of power supply you have to sit down and study for an hour to figure out how it works. Well, I sort of lost track of time. It's now 2:41. I'm still on the 150 watt bulb. I kind of just took off and started doing something else. So I'm going to pull this out. And that took us up to 244 volts. 243 volts. I'm going to go ahead and just go up to the full. I don't know what size bulb this is. Oh, this is a... I don't know. Oh, this is a 500. Well, kind of making a big jump here, but... Wow. Nixie tube! This again is watching the B plus right on the rectifier. So I'm going to let that sit for a while. It's cooled down quite a bit. I need to find a fuse for that. Wow, so I'm looking at this fuse for the value, and it says 8 amp, and I'm going, what? And then I look at the size of the metal wire, and look at that. That is an 8 amp fuse. Well, we might as well just put that in there because it's not going to blow that. It'll melt the power transformer down before it blows that. Okay, now all of a sudden this thing is starting to get red hot. And this one is starting to get hot too. Wow, so the difference between 150 watts and 500 watts here, this is running away. It's getting so hot. I'm going to let it heat up for a little bit, then I'll probably disconnect it, let it cool down, let it sort of reform that way. I'd really like to avoid replacing as many of these as I can. You know, how much of it can we save and keep original? That's kind of the name of the game. Yes, they need to be replaced. If you were restoring this TV, you would just trash all of these and replace them. You wouldn't even waste your time doing this. But since it's a resurrection and we're trying to keep the... I don't think anybody would restore this. I really don't. No one would want this. I'm going to go with this one. I think this is a 300. Trying to reform 75-year-old capacitors might be one of the more ambitious things I've ever tried to do. Okay, let's let that go and see how that does. They're getting hot though. It's good. It means they're not open, but they're borderline shorted. I want to put a scope on the horizontal oscillator and the vertical oscillator, but first I think we should take a minute and bask in the crust together. Oh yeah. This has probably not been rotated in 50 years. And yeah, this TV, if this is 1949, it's 75 years old, right? Is my math right there? So it looks like it was parked on channel 7 maybe, which is ABC out here, which is perfect because ABC channel 7 is the one we're going to be watching the debates on. There's our horizontal on the right on the grid of the horizontal output tube, and that looks good. It's right on frequency, 14.86. Damn. 248 millivolts, and I'm on a 1 to 100 probe. So that seems pretty nice, pretty fancy. There's absolutely nothing on the vertical. The vertical is flatlining, which I'm not surprised I don't hear it. I might try and wiggle the tube around. I tried wiggling the tube around, nothing. The vertical's flatlining. Maybe we could take some voltage measurements there real quick. You know what? Wait a minute. This probably requires voltage off of the horizontal output boost to work. Yeah, it gets it from right here. Right here. Right here, up through this 56K, over to this filter, then up to the height control. Then that provides voltage to the plate. So we won't have anything here. It's probably not good for that tube, is it? What I've been doing. Sitting here just letting it die. Okay, it's time we go live with this, and I'm not even going to power it down. Don't do this dangerous shit that I do, okay? Just don't. Ooh! We got 5 kilovolts. Nice. And the light bulb got a whole bunch brighter, and the B plus dropped 60 volts. Damn, that's driving a lot of current through that tube. Is that right? Maybe I should put a current meter on that. That seems really high. Well, we really want about 100 milliamps here max, and we're right at that now with the light bulb. So I might go up to the 500. Here's the 500. It's getting a little bit high. That's low. We want ideally 100 milliamps here and 10 kilovolts there. We can put this back on and see if we can see our first signs of life. Really? Okay. Cooling down. 120 there. You know, bad capacitors will drive your high voltage down. A bad gassy 1B3. Maybe I should clean this. I wonder which one the brightness is. I'm going to look that up. Okay, according to this, the one next to the tuner is contrast and brightness, so that would be this one. Yeah, we're going to have to wait until darkness. I want to check the voltages here. It's one thing I can do. The yellow wire is always the cathode. And so adjusting 30 volts, adjusting the brightness. Yep, that's working. That's brightness up, 31 volts, brightness down, 167. So we have control of the cathode. Let's see, one of these I think should be about 300 volts. Okay, that one's 184. And this one here is 97. 96. Is so damn weak, this CRT, and these always seem to have gotten moved. I've never seen one I didn't have to adjust. The ion trap. Ooh, I hear the vertical now. Would you like to hear the vertical? Would everybody like to hear the vertical? I can get a speaker and we can all hear the vertical. Speaker's hooked up to the secondary of the vertical output. This is all low impedance on the secondary. You can do this. You can hook a speaker up and listen to it. Then we should be able to adjust the speed of it. Let me lift this up. Now, one of these crusty pots, hear them? Hear the dropouts? So the vertical's working. I'm starting to lean towards this thing was retired because the CRT was dead. It was retired working. I mean, so far, even with all the rat damage, I haven't found anything yet except that open peaking coil, which was urine corrosion, and the dead 6AL5, which is connected to it. It was probably, this was probably sort of a center of urine. That's why it probably killed the tube. The tube went to air and it ruined the coil. But so far, all I've done is reform capacitors and check a bunch of stuff. So I'm checking these wax capacitors, and this is the grid coupling cap to the audio output. And it's leaky, but not real leaky. The B plus is really high because I'm using that solid state rectifier. We should have 125 volts. We have 138. We should have 0 on the other side of it. We have 7.3. So the tube is out. So that capacitor is definitely leaky. But these don't appear to be so bad that everything is off frequency. Everything's working. The horizontal's right on frequency. It sounds like the vertical's right on frequency. I would think if a bunch of these were all leaky and shorted, it would show up, and it might be showing up in the low high voltage. We could change the 1B3. We have our choice of the Russian high voltage rectifier substitute and a solid state. Both of these I made. We'll try the Russian one first. Actually, maybe not, because if I push that in there, I won't be able to get it out. Go with solid state. It's just a big 50 kilovolt diode or 30 kilovolt diode. So that, I'd love to see 12 kV on this tube. That's what it likes, 10 to 12. And it looks like we got exactly the same thing with the diode. Maybe 1 kilovolt higher. Yeah, I think we're at 6 now. Now this has a horizontal linearity coil. And that is that coil right there, which is broken off. Generally, what you want to do is adjust that for the lowest cathode current and the highest voltage. We also got some probably leaky capacitors here. This 05 and this 033. Yeah, that 05 and that 033, those should be changed. It's not a damper tube, it's a reaction scanning tube. But yeah, those two, we could try and adjust that. And this does not have like a B boost. Wow, this is totally frozen in here. And I hold it with my hand and try and turn it, and it doesn't move. And guess what? I broke it. See? See the wire? I broke it. And of course I found the wire on the outside, but I can't find the one on the inside. So I ruined that. See if I can find something that'll work. It looks like an RCA. It just looks like an RCA color TV cathode current adjustment coil, horizontal linearity coil. I found a coil here for color TV, and I'm watching the current and the high voltage, and I'm trying to adjust this for trying to find one of these coils that will give me a peak of high voltage and a minimum of current. And I think I got it here. I went back to the vacuum tube rectifier because I was ending up with this grossly high B plus. You know, a B plus is 80 volts above what it should be with the light bulb. So the tube filaments weren't as hot with the same B plus. So I went back to the inefficient 5U4, and that seemed to balance things out a little bit. And I'm still the same. I'm still at 6 kilovolts here. I'd like to be at 12. Yeah, I got this one bodged in there, isn't that classy? So if I adjust this, you can see I can get a definite dip in the horizontal output current, and I get a clear peak here when I do that. So that's what I'm going for. Highest circuit efficiency. I am going to try to change that vacuum bulb. A different 6BG6, and we have the same thing. Weak. Maybe I should try adjusting that horizontal drive, that random thing that's soldered to the bottom. Okay, well, I adjusted the horizontal drive right there, which is that lovely thing, and I got it up around 7.5, and it says here 9,000. So I'm getting closer here. I'm getting closer, and this thing might be a little bit low too. I should get my fluke. According to this, I'm at 7.56 kV, which maybe I shouldn't complain, right? Got our speaker hooked up here. I'm gonna pop this in. Pop it while it's hot. It's all heated up. Boy, that's got a lot of hours on it. Baked. So if we hear anything here. I think this is on in volume. Oh yeah. Maybe a dream come true if I turned this and heard something. Wow, I do actually hear a little something there. Wow. Oh, the detector's not working, but I think the sound is taken off before the detector anyway. This... Yeah, that's... I could hold it in front of the camera, couldn't I? That's a white cap, isn't it? That's gone to air. Yes, no, partially, sometimes. Caked with urine. Check out how the buildup of urine and feces there have actually created like a little hole for the tube to go down in. And the getter is almost gone on this, so I think it probably did get in there and eat the legs out. I might be getting ahead of myself here, but I'm thinking about testing the sound, because this does have silver mica capacitors in the IF cans, and I wouldn't even be able to guess the value, but it looks like we're doing the dagger here because that's the model. So we just want to do this like a FM radio 20.5 and then adjust 8, 9, and 10 and then 0, 11. It's like an FM radio. I think it's yeah, it's FM. So if I just go in here, with the micro signal analyzer thing, we should be able to see at 20.5 megahertz. We should be able to see if the FM sound, the sound IF is lit. L-I-T. So that's going into pin 1 right there. See, we could have silver mica disease right there. We could have silver mica disease right there. That would be horrible. That would be almost just like, let's substitute and go straight into the volume control with audio out of the box. You could just go into point C right there with audio out of the box and not even worry about this crap. I don't know if I want to do silver mica disease on this. I mean, just looking at those cans, it just doesn't, it's not a good look. We can definitely do that. I promised a long video, and damn it, you're going to get one. This is very, very simply, this is the sound section right here. And this is where the 20.5 megahertz comes in right there. So that's the first 6AU6. The IF transformer. There's the second IF transformer ratio detector, the 1U0. So we can go into here with the micro signal generator and listen to it. But yeah, it's very cleanly a separate spot. You know, this is the sound, This is the front end down here. This is the front end. This is the deflection, this area here. So we could definitely do that. And unfortunately, there's another one down here. This is a sound takeoff coil. Before it comes up here, it goes in. And that does have a capacitor in it too. It has a 47 picofarad. So that's where it pulls the sound off. Now, would that affect the video? I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so. Okay, we got a capacitor there to isolate the signal generator. So let's play with this. I've never done this before, but so let's see. 20.5 megazieblers. And then we want modulation FM. Ooh, what did I do there? FM modulation 1000 hertz. What am I fat fingering the stupid? Okay, FM on. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Wow. Can't believe it would be that dead. I'm fingering the tubes. Ooh, microphonic. Oh, it gets KNX. Wow, nothing. Really? That's what it says, 20.5 megahertz. I guess I could go into, I'm going into this stage here. I guess I could go into this stage. Is that broken? Or is this broken? Oh, this is broken. If we can't do it there, let's do it here. Seems to be right on 20.5. Let's see, what was the other one? 21 point something? Okay, the other chassis is 21.25. Nothing. So checking some voltages here to confirm this. This is the cathode resistor, and on this cathode resistor of this tube we have basically 0.6, half a volt. On the cathode of this tube we have basically the same half a volt. So if that tube was bad, the cathode would be 0. So So I could go and check, go to 200 volt scale here. I could go and check, or is that 6 volts? I don't know. We got 127 on the screen and 126 on the plate. So that confirms it is definitely that IF transformer. The tube is working. If I feed into the grid after the IF transformer, I'm getting sound. That IF transformer is dead. SMD, baby, silver mica disease. Well, we could take it apart. I'm not objecting. It might end up just getting audio straight out of the box fed into the volume control, though. And just for reference, the video portion does not have, these are the IF transformers, and they're using these tubular ceramic capacitors. That's why you don't see silver mica disease much in TVs, just in the audio part. Better check the resistance on this coil before I totally condemn it as silver mica. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's good. And this, if the capacitors in the 10.7, the radio we did a couple weeks ago, I think they were 27. These are going to be really low, like half of that. This is the one we want to zero, and I think we want to test that, make sure that capacitor, those capacitors are good. And look at, they actually give you the 210K resistors with the center tap, which is right there, the test point. Isn't that nice? So let's try that. Okay, so if the capacitors are good in this one, I should be able to rotate this and swing it positive and negative. Okay, positive. Can hardly turn it here. Get a screw. So there's negative. There's positive, so that's working. So we want to zero that one out. And then let's do the bottom. And now for the bottom, I should be able to move this to here. And then adjust this one for a peak. And it should be pretty close to where it is. And it was. Kind of all over the place. Damn, I can't. Just leave it right there. Okay, good. I think this one is okay. This one is completely bad. The capacitors are completely bad. Back on the ratio detector, I should be able to, just the same as a FM radio, I should be able to skip up here and go negative and positive. So let's try this. I'll go plus 100 kilohertz, and I'll go down 100 kilohertz, then I'll go down 100 kilohertz. So that takes us positive, that takes us negative. So this is working right. I'm just waiting for it to get dark, and we'll play with the ion magnet and see if we could get this thing to work. Almost out of Windex, maybe just enough to pull this off. the phosphor is very dark on this thing. I bet you it's just done. It's probably been rebuilt 2 or 3 times, and it's just its time is done. Nice and slow. So as soon as it gets a little darker, I'll power it up, play with the ion magnet, see if I could get any light out of it. It's actually a lot darker than it looks. I'm going to try moving the ion magnet around. Yeah, I mean, the voltages are such that we should see something here. I almost want to kill the vertical. In fact, maybe I'll do that. Let me pull the vertical tube. I believe that's the vertical tube. And still moving the ion magnet, getting nothing. I can't believe it's that dead to where we wouldn't even get a line. Okay, let me play with it. I'll let you know what I find. There we go. There's our first light right there. And it's like, Let me try turning the focus. Why it looks like that. Horizontal centering. That's interesting. It's like stopping in the middle. What's going on with that? Plug the vertical back in. No one said it was going to be easy. I just plugged the vertical output tube back in. Looks like we got a shark fin there. But that's weird. It's like the ion trap is. It's like the ion magnet. This should be over here. I'm going to pull this ion magnet off and turn it over. If I can do it. Damn. I got to unplug the CRT. I'm going to flip it 180. It's the same thing. Man, what is that? What is going on with this thing? Gonna move the tuner if I can and see if there's any activity there. Maybe so. Well, that's very odd. I'm not sure what to think of that. That could certainly be some of those capacitors connected to the yoke. It definitely looks like the tuner is awake. But I think what I would like to do is feed a signal into it and see if we can get it to pass anything through. Well, amazingly, I just hooked the VG91 up to it and I got that. I haven't even turned the channel yet. Take and clean these up a little bit. I'm so tempted to put a drill on this thing right now. I'm out of WD-40 though. I'm gonna clean up 3 and 4 because those are the channels we use with the converter box. It doesn't actually look that bad. This is probably not the best way to do this. I sprayed some contact cleaner on it. Well, I'm sort of getting somewhere, I don't know. This is still a mystery to me why I've got this. It's cut off hard at the bottom and then it's like a shark fin. I don't know what else to describe it. And that's the horizontal and I can't quite bring it in. However, it is working, it is receiving. I just can't quite pull it in. I'm just wondering, is this a fault with the CRT? Did somebody drop this set and bend the gun assembly in the CRT? Why does it look like this? Or is it something with the yoke? Some biasing issue with the yoke? Tempted to change the CRT real quick. This is one of those test tubes. Wow, is that bright? How do I turn the brightness down? That's the... So this is a trip because this does not use an ion magnet or anything. That is a real trip. And these are blue and green. Blue, if I turn the brightness up, blue and green. It's a radar CRT. And man, is that bright. Holy crap. You can see there's some ion burn already right in the middle of it. But that is a weird pattern, and it's got to be something with those capacitors in the yoke circuit or the yoke itself. Might as well try this one. This one is a, what's this, 8YP4. This is 8YP4. Let's try this one. Well, the 8YP4 gives me the same trash, so I don't know what to think about this. This is sort of the first day I knew this was going to be a long one. This has got to be capacitor yoke related. The yoke looks okay. I don't see any corrosion or anything on it. No green. So we got a silver mica disease and we got some deflection issue here. This is a really weird one. And like I say, could be those capacitors at 1000 microfarad. And yeah, what weird deflection. I mean, I might expect it to not do full deflection on this CRT because this is 110 degree, but still we're getting the same pattern on all of them. I just noticed a couple things. First of all, if that's a sound takeoff coil, which I believe it is, we talked about earlier, it does not have a silver mica. It's got a tubular ceramic. So we don't have to worry about this one, just this one. And I think I might see some rat damage here with the yoke wiring. Like these yoke wires are all shorted together. Yeah, we have rat damage here, and we have wires that are shorting together. And it is hard to tell. It is hard to tell. Some of them are definitely shorting. It's hard to tell. But this could definitely explain what we're seeing. And the mosquitoes are after me, so it's time to go to bed. Call it a night. Back up on this thing super early the next day. And I want to get going on this and maybe the silver mica disease. I don't know if these wires were shorted together going to the yoke. That's what was causing the funky deflection. It's very possible. I'm not holding out too much hope, though, that it's not something else. Should probably ring test the yoke if I get it out of circuit. That might be a good thing to do. Also, I was reading this morning that she's trying to weasel out of the debate. Of course, they're sort of going over this thing with hot mics. You know, she wants the mics hot, he wants the mics muted. I'm not really even sure how relevant that is or how important that is to this whole thing, but it just reminded me of the importance of the audio portion of this TV more than anything. I mean, the whole the image and the facial expressions are maybe 20 to 30% of the whole thing, and 80% of it's going to be what they say. So it's really important that the audio is right and loud and clear and no buzzing and all of that, so we can actually hear what goes on. So got to get into that IF transformer. Well, let me see what I can do with this wiring thing. I got this insulating tubing, and what I'm going to do is I pulled that wire out. I'm just going to feed it That one is not touching anything, so I'm not worried about it. I just don't want two of them that are uninsulated next to each other. Let's go through and check the ESR on some of the electrolytics. Now this is just ESR. This is not if they're leaky. But I don't get the feeling that they're leaky anymore. It seems like they formed up okay. If they were leaky, we'd have a bunch of low voltages, and I'm not seeing that. So now that they're formed up and they've cooled off and set overnight, we can sort of do the ESR. So we'll start with this one here. That one's good. Oh no, what am I doing here? Riding a short bus. Okay, so that's section 1. Section 2. Section 3. And then we got this big thing here. Dealing with rat corrosion. That's a little bit tired, isn't it? What's the value of that one? $150 microfarad, 50 volt. That thing's dead. So we might want to think about replacing that, because that could be part of that yoke circuit. Okay, the next one. We'll do this one here. Section 1. Section 2. Section 3. Okay. And then we got another big one right here. I don't know what this one's for. That one's good. And then we got amazing 75-year-old electrolytic capacitors that still have ESR in the green. That's pretty incredible. Okay, section 1. Okay. Section 2. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, I would figure some of them would just be totally dead. You take a 60s transistor radio and they're just open. So we did that one. We did not do this one here. This is the one that was getting really hot. No, wait, that's an IF transformer. That was not getting hot. This is the one that was getting hot. And then we got 2 right here. Oh, I missed this one. Okay. Figure that out. I wonder why they're all on isolated, but then they're grounded to the chassis anyway. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? It's okay. None of them are dead. Okay, here's one right here that is dead. 100% open. This one is gone. Right here. This one is gone. That's the audio stabilizing for the ratio detector and the audio. That one's gone. Here's another one right here, and this is probably the cathode bypass for the audio output. This one's dead. So all the cans fared pretty well, but these paper electrolytics, these didn't. These are died. I believe we have rat turds in the IF can. The rat turds have penetrated the IF can. we have more than rat turds in the IF can. These are those other type of... Oh, this is horrible. These are those other type of silver mica. These are a lot more reliable, but they still go bad. Look at this. The core is just plugged with rat turds. Man, this is heavy duty compared to a crappy AM radio. Look at how thick that wire is. Wow. This is like industrial grade. But I do see definitely looks like it has silver migration there. It almost looks like maybe the urine has just completely eaten the damn silver right off of the wafer. Let me clean this. Wow. Is there a core in there? Thanks for the tip. I ordered some ceramic screwdrivers for these. That was a great tip. I forgot who made it. It was in the comments. The silver stuff is actually peeling. Yeah, you know, this is not as clear. Ooh, 10. Is that the value? Is it 2 10s? 10 picofarad? They're different size coils, though. So I'm going to cut this out of here because it looks bad. And this thing was definitely bad. So I'm going to just cut this out of here. And we'll put 2 capacitors on the bottom and align it. 10... The capacitors have been deleted. You know, it's hard to tell by looking at these if they're bad or not. I don't know, but I am just really impressed with the quality of this thing compared to radios, compared to AM FM radios. This thing is a whole nother level of build quality. Just, it's great. It's heavy duty. So if this is 20 megahertz, 20.5 or whatever, and the FM are 10.7 and they use 27 picofarad capacitors, maybe about 10 would be about right. That's just a kind of a gross guess, but I wouldn't think they'd be the same value because they're different coils, but that's what we'll figure out. I'm not going to replace them with fixed capacitors because it's a resurrection. I'm just going to leave the variable caps on the bottom for the show. IF cans are reinstalled, and these are 3 to 12 picofarad NP0 ceramic trimmers. Aren't those a thing of beauty? So let's get the micro signal generator and the speaker back out here, and I guess I'll just let the high voltage dangle in midair. That'll be okay. See, the yolk looks good. No green. Just lots of delicious rat feces. Let's see if we could zoom in on those. Chocolate crumbles. Speaker. voltmeter connected to the alignment point, signal generator. I'm fed into the first IF tube, first sound IF tube. Oh, that was interesting. Still nothing? Really? Let me unstick these. So I'm getting a peak there, but I'm not getting a peak here. Why am I not getting a peak here? Do I I have the wrong value? Okay, let me pull this one off and measure it. I don't even have anything that'll measure 12 picofarad. I must be too low on this side. This is a 4 to 30 picofarad. Yeah, I put it in there backwards, damn it. Yeah, let me flip it around. I want the low impedance side on the ground. I want the screw on the ground or the low impedance side. That way when I touch it with the screwdriver it doesn't wig out. Well, we're definitely getting somewhere here. Still too coarse. There we go. So we get minus 0.6. What happens when we go here? Wow, would that wake it up? Minus 0.02. So we've definitely got good gain across this stage now. So it was silver mica disease. We're waking up. Listen to this. We're getting ready to watch some TV. We're actually passing sound now. It's not great, but we do have a leaky cap and an open cap, and I need to see what this is for. Well, we know what that's for. That's a semi-good sign. I think it's time to address this open coil. Also, this capacitor that's open is in the video circuit is right here. I think it's important that we replace that. I'm going to measure the good one, which was, there was another black one. They're color coded. The color is the value. I'm going to measure this one with this and then try and compare to something I might have to get a replacement for that one. This one's reading 0.04 millihenries, and I think it was 36 microhenries. Yeah, 36 microhenries. Huh. Guess I just go through and start testing them and find one that looks about the same, measures about the same. That one looks about the same. So I'm going through these and I'm not finding one that's close, but I found this, and this is a 39. But this is a different thing than this, and this measures the same, but I don't think its performance is the same. I think we might have a winner here. These round things are called figs, and once you pump them full of hydrogenated oils, they become fig newtons. I just paralleled the new coil there across the old one. That should work fine. Probably like 2 hours into this, I've done something with our first capacitor. Everybody should stand up and clap now. The internet has been saved. That was, what, a 25. I just paralleled a 33 right on top of it. Doesn't matter, it's not critical. I don't know if it's any better or not. I don't know if fixing those wires actually did anything. I think what we're going to have to do is wait until this evening, but I got to get a picture on this thing so I can get an idea of the linearity and what's going on with that. Doesn't, the way it's arced here on the right side, that just doesn't look right. Oh no. This is a tough one. Now that I got the VG91 hooked up and I'm feeding an audio signal in, I can tell that the tuner is not working at all. It certainly sounds like it, but it's not. I found this thing, and yeah, it is affecting it. It's a color TV thing, but so I could pull the CRT up tight into the yoke here and hold it. So right now where I'm at as far as the concerning things here, I got this really hard cut off bottom portion, which is almost like the yoke is bad. The bottom portion of the yoke, because the yoke coils are in series, so there's no center tap. We'll have to put the big one in when it's dark and see if it affected. But the other thing is that I'm getting nothing through the tuner or the IF. And I guess testing the tubes would be intelligent, wouldn't it? I could try substituting the vertical tube. What is it, a 6SN7? I got those. I think I'm going to have to get the old school BNK 1077 out and start working my way through the IF. Because I'm not getting any sound or any video of consequence. I mean, just a little lines, but nothing. So either the tuner's bad, which, I mean, look at it. It's full of rat feces, or something in the IF. But the best way is to use the 1077, because this doesn't do the old school IF. This only does the new one. So it's do the 1077 and start feeding through the IF, just like I did on the audio. New 6SN7, I believe it's the same. What we'll do is we'll mark it here. We'll put the other one back. Same exact thing with the old one. There's not much to this vertical deflection circuit here. There is a capacitor we might want to check, which is that 150. I think that one was bad, right? Or weak. So we got a 10 and we got a 150. Other than that, the paper, I think there's 2 paper caps. That one probably would not cause it. That one's going to affect the speed. So yeah, that 150 at 50 volts. Okay, I'm bridging a new 150 in there. And absolutely no change whatsoever. No change. So that's not it. This capacitor right here, which is this big wax one, might be very, very leaky. Very leaky. I substituted that capacitor, and yes, the other one was very leaky. That's measuring the grid voltage. If I touch the old one in there, if I can do it here. You can see how leaky the old one is. But the deflection drops down to just a little bitty nothing. Yeah, the wax capacitors are starting to get me. Let me see if I can adjust that. Well, I cut this capacitor out of the circuit, which is this one right here, which couples over to the one that was real leaky to the grid of the output. And now I got activity at the bottom of the... Now I got lots of activity, but the thing is like squealing and going crazy. So I'm going to change these 2. Those are the only 2 paper capacitors in the vertical. The rest are mica. Ooh, I think that did it. I changed those 2 capacitors. Just cut one end of the old ones out. The 0.1 and the 0.22 or 0.25. And that looks good. So I stand corrected on the yoke. This is a B&K 1077. If you're getting into TV repair, this is a good thing to get because it does a bunch of stuff and it's hard to fry because it's vacuum tube based. This right here, that test pattern is what we are projecting and broadcasting. It's basically the old version of the VG91. And what it does that the VG91 does not do is it does the older IF. Older TVs, these old black and whites, use this 20 to 35 megahertz IF or whatever, 25 megahertz IF. Newer ones are 40 whatever. And so I'm going into the first IF right where it comes out of the tuner and course, this is going to blank, but we do have an image here. It's not great, but it's working, and the sound is way off, because if I grab the speaker here. We should be getting a nice clear 1 kilohertz tone, because I have the audio turned on. 1 kilohertz. Now the question is, why is the tuner not working? We kind of need the tuner to work for this project, because I don't have anything that will convert the video from over-the-air television to the 25 megahertz IF. I do the newer IF, but not the old one. So we need the tuner to work in this thing. And I mean, we can align the IF. That's easy. This is the sound takeoff coil. This feeds into the one we did the caps on. And actually, this is working on channel 3. So what, did my VG91 die? Well, I guess what's going on here is I had a bad cable. Or maybe not. It just seems like it just faded away there, doesn't it? There it is, window circle. I guess this cable is bad. This is the cable I was using. I changed to a different cable. I've been accusing the tuner of not working because I had a bad connector and I didn't know it. That's horrible. So there it is. There's your window circle. Now that that's ironed out, why am I not getting any sound? None whatsoever. We need sound. We have to hear her. She's no good without the vocals. Read the alignment instructions again. Okay. Set that in the middle. That's the fine tuning. Now we're going to go in here. We're going to see if we can... Ooh. There it is. Ooh. That's where I need my ceramic screwdrivers. I think we're starting to get it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's only been a day and a half working on it. Now I'll go back and peek the sound takeoff coil. I think we're getting there. Well, I'm working on trying to do a ghetto alignment on this. There's two ways to align these. It's the preferable way is visually with a sweep generator and the scope, but I don't have a sweep generator that does the low frequency IF. So the ghetto way is with a signal generator and just stagger tuning. These coils are stagger tuned, meaning they're kind of peaked at different frequencies, so you get kind of a wide band pass, and that's what I'm trying to do. And it's so far out of alignment that following the instructions I wasn't getting anything. The instructions were to take this out of channel 13 out of the tuner. So you take that out of the tuner to kill the oscillator, then you feed the signal generator into the antenna, and then you just go through and peak these things at the appropriate frequency. Well, I couldn't even get anything through the tuner. So I decided to go into the IF in right out of the tuner, and I'm trying to peak them up, and they are so far out of whack that it's almost unbelievable that it could work like this. I feel like I'm screwing something good up. So we'll do A5, which is 22.65. Now this covers two chassis. We are using the dagger, the frequencies on the dagger with the dagger mark. So 22.65. Okay, now let's see. Well, we're getting something there. I'm going to turn it off. Okay, we're getting something there. Now we do have AGC here, which is screwing me up. Okay, so here's A5 here. So one turn, two turns, three turns, four turns, five turns, and I went past it. So I've been turning them all like 5 turns. It just feels like too much. Okay, I think I finally got it. I don't know, my brain malfunctioned, but you got to use a meter like this to do this. You got to use an analog meter. It's too hard to find the peaks on a digital meter. This was so far out of adjustment. This is the one I was tuning for maximum sound. The top is a trap. This is a trap, 20.5 megahertz trap. This is a trap. But the deal is this is a trap. You wanna dip this and you wanna peak the bottom of it. So I think I finally got it. But they affect each other. You adjust the bottom one, it affects the top one, so you got to constantly go back and forth. Well, I think I've got it right, because I got the sound peaks at the best quality picture, which is right where you want it, and I got it right in the middle of the fine tuning. I think we're good on the alignment. Boy, did I have that thing screwed up by adjusting it by hand without the getting the trap right and then getting the bottom coil to peak. That's actually two completely separate. I've seen these in a lot of RCAs. That's two completely separate alignments right there. That's a trap, a sound trap, and an IF. Okay, now that it's dark out here, isn't that cool? let's get back into this. I got sidetracked on a Zenith round. You had to make a quick video for next week. And God, I sure do enjoy working on those a lot more than this thing. Those are easy. The color sets are just easy and nice and relaxing to work on for me. These things are this is stressful. I love that CRT. I love how it's got the green afterglow, the radar. It's got like blue phosphor in the back and then green in the front. Okay, so there's window circle. Long persistence phosphor, that's what that is. Radar, check that out. There's your long persistence phosphor. Maybe I could make a smear there. Hold on. Check that out. Isn't that cool? Anyway, it's persisting, isn't it? I'm tempted to put the 12LP4 back in and let's see how the deflection looks. Maybe what I'll do is I'll grab the converter box and we'll actually see how it performs on channel 4. Here's sort of our virgin run. DirecTV converter box, rabbit ears. This converts a digital signal to analog. Wow. The persistence on regular TV is a trip, isn't it?
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. And now there's Skyrizi.
Oh, it's a Skyrizi commercial. Nothing is everything, see?
With Skyrizi, you can show up with 90% clear skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clear skin and better movement. That means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Labby can help save.
The persistence on TV is such a trip. But hey, it actually looks okay.
Feeling from a backed up gut?
We'll see. It's worse for me than it is for you.
The tribe has spoken. A new season of Survivor begins Wednesday, September 18th on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
I'm not an adrenaline junkie. I do not get on roller coasters.
Not bad for 98% all original capacitors.
I think I've earned it.
75 years old.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Mr. Pike either. Won't I think of it? No.
I'm not done with you, Waltrip.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Done with you.
The crappy sync. I don't know.
So your involvement in the group.
I popped the 12LP4 back in here. It's hard to get this to make. There we go. Yeah, I got the 12LP4 back in there. Let me try and get the ion trap to... is up with this? Is the ion trap bad? I don't understand this. I had full deflection.
Can we just call my dad now? Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue is incredibly strong and versatile, even outdoors. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer, my fear of recurrence could have held me back, but I'm staying focused and doing more to prevent recurrence. Verzenio is specifically for HR-positive node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence versus hormone therapy alone. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids.
Ooh.
Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of
But
infection.
why-
Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death.
Ooh, where can I get me some of that?
Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your
Oh, hell
doctor if you have
yes.
pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. I'm focusing on what counts. Talk to
Death.
your doctor about reducing your risk.
Want to get the most out of one sheet? Grab Bounty. Bounty is made to be stronger and more absorbent. So while ordinary brands can't hold up, one sheet of Bounty keeps working even when wet. Now that's the sound of Bounty. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Would you like to try the NFL on CBS? Streams live on Paramount Plus.
I'll have the number one. Did someone say number one? I said number two. No, it's two up. No, the number two. The number two.
Yeah, I don't. I've never seen this symptom on a tube before.
Watt. JJ.
Not a watt, a one.
Me?
Who's 202 what?
Two up. Watt.
Who? What are you talking about?
I mean, we could watch the debates like that, or we could use a long persistence CRT. I'm gonna grab that other 12LP4, the new one.
Just like the TV show.
I don't get this.
Butterscotch?
Okay, I got it. I had the ion trap up here.
I consider all of us a family. Team effort.
We're in this together. The FBI's return October 15th.
Anyway, I had it way up here. I can't get it to do it again, but it goes way back here.
As far as we know, he just passed through. She had an ex-con, Mitchell Keller, had concealed nitrous. That led to a clash.
So there we go. We are just about ready here.
It's actually one of their girlfriends that worked.
It's just I wish we could get the stupid
Our murdered informant.
What happened there?
vertical to stay locked.
Kilo Walter killed her.
There we go.
Watchup's head of the gang. Tail turn up anything? Not Freddie. A couple of stops at Keller's bar. Brett's a buck, and the weed store he's partnered in.
He also seems to be dating someone, Margaret Devereaux. Took her to dinner the other night. She owns a horse farm, Nario Ranch. There's also
Copyright.
someone with a woman
It's time to wake up, because shingles could wake up in you. If you're over 50, talk to your doctor.
This is actually an incredible picture. Except all the rolling and vertical. I can see the chroma dots in this picture. This has such a good picture. It's even for this dead tube. This is not the new tube. It's incredible how sharp this is. But yeah, the chroma dots in it, I think they're what are making it not lock. You know, if I could get it to lock and stay locked.
Air quality going to be a big concern. And speaking of temperatures, we are all going to be feeling this heat. Excessive heat watch is going to affect Tuesday through Friday, we are talking about some dangerous temperatures, so I'll break it all down in the full forecast. But for now, Jory and Michelle, I'll toss it back to you two.
All right, Shayla, thank you. The investigation continues into the death of a man found at a home in Palmdale following a long standoff with deputies. Responded to check on the welfare of someone at a home near Victory Outreach Palmdale Christian Church when they found the man dead and the suspect barricaded. Surrounding homes in that area were evacuated. The standoff went on for over 7 hours until just before 9:30 last night, with a tactical team apparently launching flashbang devices into a second-story window. A suspect was arrested. It's unclear if the suspect and the victim knew each other.
A vigil tonight held in
it's because the picture shifts constantly.
After being taken and held for nearly a year by the terrorist group Hamas.
This comes as protests erupt in Israel against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
this is bad.
handling of the war. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Caputo has reaction from people here in Southern California who are mourning the latest victims killed.
The vigil was put together on short notice, but you couldn't tell from the response. Hundreds showing up after learning 6 more hostages were killed 331 days after they were taken by Hamas.
Yeah, the picture looks like it's torn. Like it's an AGC issue. But I don't know how to attenuate that down.
Look outside over Malibu.
I gotta figure this sink issue out.
Water, it's much more comfortable these days. Jim Gerard's up next with your AccuWeather forecast with those changes on the way.
What's up, everybody?
I'm happy with this so far.
A heads up if you're planning to go to the beach.
Even with this dead CRT, it is sharp and clear, and I got the audio loud and clear.
Malibu have banned swimming. Other areas affected include Paradise Cove, Cabrillo Beach, and Solstice Creek. Right now, it is unclear how long those beaches will be closed.
Now, despite those warnings, people still made their way to the beach in droves.
So there's no buzzing. So we got good, and that's a small speaker. When I put a big speaker on it, it's going to be booming loud. So we are almost there. I'm going to change that capacitor right there, because if that's leaking, that will bias that tube. That will put a lot of DC on that tube. So I am going to change that capacitor. Because, yeah, we got about 100 and something volts on this plate. I just can't get over how sharp this thing is. I mean, how wide the bandwidth is just incredible. You can see all the small print and detail on this thing. I mean, this thing is... I got the alignment actually right, I think. You can see the chroma dots. See them there? Really, really sharp. Yeah. I'm really surprised. I really am. If it would just stay locked, it would be perfect. We would be there. See that? It almost looks like it's overloading. See the warp? Those should be straight. It's like the video is causing it to distort. See that? Shouldn't do that. I'm happy with this except for the vertical hold issue and also the kind of tearing and overloading look in the picture. This is a converter box, digital TV to analog converter box that the guys over at WION sent me. We did a video on their AM station and AM stereo, and they really like this box. They said that this is one of the better performing boxes that they've come across, so I'm willing to give this a try. I don't know if it's a cheap converter box that's causing all that tearing and vertical nonsense in between scenes. So I'm going to take this and program this. I'm going to hook it to a good antenna on top of the house. That way I get a good program. And we'll try this. We can also try feeding the composite video out of one of these into a professional modulator and then into the TV, a modulator where we can adjust the video level. So let's program this. Okay, so let's see what we get here. Menu, channel, auto scan, go. See how many it gets. 157 channels.
During the commercial, I saw you, and you even had a soul patch on. I think that's hysterical. Well, thanks for dressing up. Now we have a little something for you, right? Curtain number 1, that's yours. Now we're gonna give you a clue because you don't know what's behind there. So we will give you a clue, but the clue will be done as a song style.
Compare. It's got action. It's got suspense. It's got beeps and boops and dings and whomps and more savings than you'll believe on living room.
Awesome bags. Okay, finally, step out in comfort. These are Floopy's lightweight sports sandals.
Floopies!
Gave the guys a little pocket with the shirt.
Well, we sure did, and just...
Floopies.
A light, but then during the summer, because I...
Okay, 157 channels of garbage. But it seems to be working pretty good. Let's see if the overloading is any better on this box, on the black and white. I'll tell you this, I usually use a digital stream converter box on this TV, and I don't get any buzz in the sound. With this box, I'm getting buzz. And I think the boxes are sort of a big problem. Boy, here's an old one. What is this? Chips? Don't want content ID to get it. This channel is called Charge. I'm going to change a few of these wax capacitors in hopes of cleaning up this distortion thing and rolling. I'm going to change this 0.05 here, probably that one, and maybe that one. The 0.05 feeds the sync separator amp tube. What's interesting about this set is that network right there, the 22 and 3 capacitors, that's the vertical integrator. On this set, it's that couplet right there. I don't know if that's bad. Those do go bad. I would just have to replace it with this if we get to that. So that's that 0.05, and then up here in the detector, well, we got that 0.05 right there. None of these are measuring really leaky, but that 0.05 and that 0.25. So I think I'm going to change those out. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Just to try and eliminate any, issues with that. I got those capacitors here, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the pause button on this. We got a whole week, or the rest of the week, and then the following weekend, and then the debates, or whatever, the Tuesday or Wednesday after that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push a pause button on this. We got the set working. We got the set resurrected. If the debate is still on next weekend, then I'll spend 3 or 4 hours on this, putting the finishing touches, doing some caps, getting it all set up so we can actually do the debates. And the way I do them is I record the entire debate That's the whole goal of this. The TV has to work for 2.5 hours, and then clip out a couple of the highlights and put them in the video. So if the debate is still on, if they don't cancel it, if she doesn't back out or whatever, next week I'll put the finishing touches on it, and then we'll do the debates. If not, I got plenty of stuff to move on to. Plenty of radios people have sent me to fix, color TVs. I got a line of stuff waiting, so I don't need to just get stuck on this if they're going to back out and cancel these debates, which I seriously suspect they might. So anyway, I'll do the editing right now. We're at 2.5 hours on the video, so I'm going to have to edit for 2.5 hours to go through and fine-tune everything. And we'll see what happens. Well, I'm using the Zinwell box. I'm trying it out. And the sound is not as good. Listen to the background noise.
When it comes to any
It's kind of almost like this hollow air noise.
Intensive care. It's clinically proven to block odor all day, controls odor for 72 hours. Soap can't do that. And since your pits and privates go everywhere you go,
So I'm going to try the other box and see if the sound is better. Oh yeah, the sound is totally clean on the RCA box. No background hiss. I don't know what's up with that. But we're definitely going to use... we'll probably use this box for the debates. Well, it's now Friday, September 6th. And I guess they're still going to debate. It's 4 days away. They haven't canceled, which is a good thing. I hope nothing happens this weekend. I'm going to pull the CRT back off of this. I found a couple I want to test. A 7BP7, I think it is, radar tube. It's the same long persistence as the smaller 5-inch, but it's 2 inches bigger. I want to see how that works in here. And I found a 10 BP4, which is black and white, but it's two inches smaller than the 12 LP4. And it's like a new old stock CRT, but the front of it's kind of scratched up. So I want to pop that in and see how that works. I'm going to end up probably having to take this into an air-conditioned area in the house. I'm going to just have to cover everything because we're in this heat wave all of a sudden, and it's 100 degrees during the day, and it's getting even hotter than that, and it's pretty humid. And we're really just not designed for that out here. We don't, have a bunch of built-in air conditioning, in this part of the West. We don't really need it. It's hot maybe a week a year out here, and this just happens to be that week. So let's try these CRTs, and then I'm probably going to have to get this nasty-ass thing. Okay, well, we're a week later. It's been sitting for the week. The capacitors seem like they've stayed formed up, and it's still working. This is a 12 LP4. Got to fix this vertical issue this weekend. Capacitors. But let me try these other CRTs. Okay, the 10 BP4 is working good. It's just I got that weird ion thing, but I wrapped aluminum tape around the back of this to secure the socket. So this looks good. I think I need to glue the socket on and try again. Aluminum tape this might be the wrong ion trap for this CRT also. I think there are different ion traps. Let's try the bigger radar tube. That's a really good picture. This thing is blindingly bright. I mean, it's like light up the room bright. Okay, here's the bigger radar CRT. Yeah, we might watch part of the debate on this. And wow, does this thing get bright. New old stock. New old stock CRTs. Unbelievable how well they work. Hey, back on this Packard Bell. It's like debates in like 4 days, and it looks like they're still going to go for it. So this is the area I want to concentrate on, and my main focus today is to get rid of all that vertical rolling and try and get it semi-stable. So I want to take a look at, I want to check some tubes. I want to check the 6AL5. That's the one that looks like the getter's mostly gone. I want to change several of these capacitors here. These would also affect the AGC as well as the contrast because it looks like it's overloading. So I want to probably just shotgun several of these paper capacitors. I want to check this tube here, the sync clipper, the sync amp. Definitely want to replace that capacitor feeding into the grid of the sync amp. And then possibly this right here. This is called the integrator. And on all the schematics, Riders and SAMs, they show this as individual components. But it's not in this set. This is it. It's a couplet, because it couples and it's small. So it's a couplet. You can see the two capacitors in there. They're like disc capacitors. I don't know if they're showing up on the camera. There you can see them. So I bought all discrete components to replace that thing, and we'll just make this circuit right here. Let's test some tubes. Section 1 of the 6AL5. Anything above diodes okay is good. Section 2, it's okay. Not real balanced, is it? Part 1 of the 6SN7 sync tube. Part 2. Part 1 of the 12AU7 video output tube. Part 2 of the 12AU7. It's a little bit tired. This is a 6C4. 7E6A12. 7E6A and socket 12. And it's not even getting hot. Now I thought all of these were getting hot in the thermal imaging. This is the sync clipper. And the 6C4 is that little triode that was used in that Hallicrafters TV as a high voltage output. It's like a front end tube and a tuner, a little high frequency triode. Usually when I see this, it's something with the tube tester, the setup or the socket, or it's not making contact. Let me check that filament with an ohm meter. Well, according to this, that filament is certainly open. I need to go dig up that thermal imaging video. Well, there it is right there. And it certainly is not getting hot in this video. I don't know how I missed that. Maybe because all the wires for the CRT were on top of it. But you can clearly see it here that it is not hot. It's right there. Right there. That power resistor is getting hot. So the sync clipper has an open filament. Let me find a 6C4. Hopefully that's the only problem. No recapping necessary. I grabbed the one out of the similar set. You can actually see this one's lighting up. So we have a legitimately bad tube here, an open filament. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, let's get the right sync clamper tube in it that works and see if it stops all the rolling. Wow, I think that did it. It's locking in the middle now and it's not rolling. Trying to check. Some of these tubes are making poor contact. This tube is making... These tube sockets in this thing are just roasted. Yeah, it's staying locked now. Wonder if I pull that tube out, what it'll do. Yep, there you go. See, it's locked. It's locked off, and it's going to start rolling all over. Wow, and the picture's bending now. So was that yeah, look at that. Was that the cause of the bending too? Well, I got all the capacitors and even the resistors to make that couplet and replace the other capacitors, but it didn't need capacitors. It needed a tube with a filament that works. I wonder if I could get the focus magnet strength up a little bit and get the radar CRT clear. I have basically the voltage across the coil at max, and it's just not quite there. This is the focus control. I think if I raise this resistor, this is 470 ohms, maybe if I go up to 1,000, that'll give me, this is in parallel with the focus control. So as you turn it this way, the resistance gets less and it allows less voltage across the focus coil, and more of it feeds through here. It acts as a bypass. So if I up this resistor, that should give me more voltage and more magnetic field. If I just remove the resistor, it actually looks pretty damn sharp.
The first time that the two candidates are meeting together, what does Trump need to do to come away with a, quote, win from the evening, like people were saying he got last debate?
Well, I think he's got to do two things, because when he was against Biden, they were basically the same age, but it was such a stark difference in the way that Biden was able to carry himself, usually, versus Trump. Now Trump is going against VP Harris, who is about 20 years younger than him. So I think he's got to come out with energy, but also focus. If he's not able to do those two things together at the same time, I don't think he's going to be particularly successful. I mean, we have to keep in mind that the vice president is a former prosecutor. She was an attorney general, so she is used to being in those tough situations and circumstances where she's holding people accountable. She's young, she's vivacious, and she has that momentum behind her right now. So in order for him to do well, I really think that he's got to have focus and still have some of that pizzazz that he's so well known.
I think we are ready. This is the 7-inch radar CRT. It's weird, I can still shift the vertical to lock either there or there. The thing is with the radar CRT is any motion ends up blurry because of the long persistence. So I think we'll probably end up going with the 12LP4. But man, this thing is ready to go. There's still a little bit of horizontal bending, but for 75 years old, let's do it. Let's get it set up and get ready for Tuesday. Well, I just found something else. I was wondering why the width is so stretched. You could see it's like wrapped. See it clear over here? Clear over here running down the side of the tube. See that? And I was looking at the width coil and I was adjusting it and it wasn't making any difference. And I noticed one of the wires is broken off. I wonder where that goes. Does it go here? Okay, well that did it. That allowed me to adjust the horizontal width. This thing is, there's only one other thing I should do, which is adjust the horizontal waveform. Most all of the televisions from this era have this adjustment. It's part of the horizontal oscillator coil. What you're supposed to do is adjust it so that the two peaks are even. I got it working so good, I'll try it. So it's a matter of adjusting the coil on the top of this and the horizontal hold to get these even. I'll do it. I got it pretty close. And you have to use a low capacitance probe when you do this. This probe costs more than the whole scope.
With a generous 7.5 quart cooking capacity that's large enough to cook 6 pounds of pork, enough to make 32 sandwiches. Great for meal prep.
Cook on Sunday and make enough for the entire week. With auto stirring technology that's powerful enough to even shred food. Chicken breasts and salsa go in. Tasty shredded chicken for tacos comes out. And you control the stirring. Leave it on for soups and sauces. Or turn it off for pot roasts and chicken cacciatore. Then the entire pan goes right into the dishwasher. This will be your go-to meal solution for every meal of every day.
888-315-9599. That's 888-315-9599. Or scan the QR code now.
Well, today is September 10th, and the debates are supposed to go live in an hour, and this is our 1949 Packard Bell 12-inch black and white set, a barn find that we resurrected for these debates. The signal source I'll be using is DirecTV, simply using this DirecTV receiver, and I'm pulling right here off the channel 3-4 RF out, and I'm feeding into the TV antenna input. So we're using the whole set here. And the only difference I've done with this debate is that I'm going directly into the camera with audio out of the speaker or out of the set. There's nothing funny here. You're just not going to hear the room noise. You're going to hear a direct audio feed from the TV set into the camera here. And I'm going right into the auxiliary input, and then I will be listening to the program in headphones. So we're queued up here. We're going to be videoing this at pretty low resolution. What is it? 480 by 720, something like that. Because the debate's supposed to be 90 minutes long. So also the other thing that's going on right now is the debate is being hosted by ABC News, and there's a dispute between Disney, which owns ABC, I guess, and DirecTV. So I'm going to have to use one of the other feeds like CNN or KTLA or Fox. I haven't quite decided. Let's turn this on here. I do have the brightness turned down really low. This CRT is really weak, but the set is resurrected. And
is up next.
Yes, Chair Calvin, ready to go. Long night, Chair. A lot coming up.
A whole lot coming up. All right. Thank you. Here's what we've got. First, we're going to continue following our live team coverage of the wildfires raging across Southern California and the latest on the weather conditions as well. Plus, it is a treasure from Spain's golden age. The intricately designed Hebrew Bible.
Let's do it.
Go on the auction block for
sort of the rule of this whole thing was an absolute minimum of repair or parts change to get the set to work, which all I've done to this set is changed 2 paper capacitors in the vertical, 1 electrolytic in the video, 1 IF can repaired, and a few tubes and a whole lot of alignment, and so a bunch of rat-chewed wiring. So very minimal. This set is 99% original right now. 1949 Packard Bell. And I'm not going to be using the cabinet. This is a technical channel, not a furniture channel. Here's the cabinet right here. So this is what a friend of mine found this in a barn. So this is legitimately a rundown, abandoned barn find set. It's just easier for me to just do it on the bench in the house. Here's your spoiler after action report. So the set made it, no problem. The only thing I did is as time wore on and it heated up or whatever, I ended up with the horizontal hold all the way at the end of its range, all the way maxed out, and then I had to come back here and tweak that coil. But otherwise, the set made it with no problems. Now keep in mind, we just changed 2 capacitors in the vertical, 1 electrolytic in the video circuit, and the IF can. So usually what I do with these is I'll edit the just some highlights of the debate. I don't even want to sit and watch that disaster again. I'm just, yeah. So I'm going to let it just go, let the whole thing, see if they'll let me post the whole thing. And if they do, here it is. The whole entire debate, unedited, captured off of this TV.
Nearly 70% said they don't think it will help determine anything. But the race remains tight between the 2 candidates. The latest poll showed the vice president with a national lead over Trump of 49 to 48%.
As for tonight's rules, very similar to the debate we saw between former President Trump and President Biden. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, 2 minutes for rebuttals, and an extra minute for follow-ups and clarifications. Each will have 2 minutes for closing arguments at the end. Microphones will be muted when it is not the candidate's turn to speak. Prepared notes are not allowed, but they will have pen and paper to take notes.
Well, there's also a media spin room where allies and surrogates of Harris and Trump will gather after the debate, where they'll be highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate. ABC's David Muir and Lindsay Davis are the moderators, and the debate will last 90 minutes and will include 2 commercial breaks. Of course, we will bring you analysis right here on KTLA 5 News immediately after. Here now, the presidential debate.
Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. we had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices, is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it, because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. they can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful, let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade, and as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy, look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists, they have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please.
We
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. if she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? there were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders. And we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news, and the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us, we won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is up.
I think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond because the former president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away, so stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right, and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She
of...
made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to give. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News.
Okay, well, it made it. That was the only thing that happened, and we'll do the money shot here. The only thing that I had to do is the horizontal hold frequency drifted all the way off to the side. Can I get, let me see. There we go. The horizontal drifted all the way, and I had to pop back here and adjust the horizontal coil to bring the horizontal back in, because I ran all the way to the end on the horizontal hold control, and then it started to move, so I had to just pop back here and adjust